out to the wire, uncharacteristic. 3 for peace, not 3 up. Not. We'll take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby. Who's going to take the Manitoba Derby?
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininew, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 2 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Wild trainer Tom Gardepie. He had 2 wins on the card, and Rashad Knights was the recipient of those 2 wins. They teamed up. And also Sven Balrup, the jockey, he also had 2 wins. So both of them are on top of the jockey standings after one day. Ronald Alley, Dario Dalrymple, and Praven Badgery. And you see with those 2 wins, Tom Gardepie on top, Steve Keplin Jr., Jared Brown, Wendy Anderson, and Michael Nault. They round out all the other winners from yesterday's stretch. Not a lot of surprises on the racetrack until the last race. Is that kind of the way you saw it?
Yeah, that's exactly. The trend of the day yesterday was stalking or being on the outside. So the ones that were pressing, so horses that grabbed the lead right away on the rail kind of faltered. We saw some duels and they faded, and the spot to be was on the outside. So that was, we'll see how it goes. We got cooler temperatures today, just enough perfect racing conditions, but
Beautiful.
that much cooler. And then like you mentioned, we had 3 chalk basically win the first 3 legs of the pick 4. And then horse that you mentioned right before the race, don't leave out.
Streak.
We also mentioned, I mentioned that every horse in that race had a good chance to win. They could all run it. He had won 3 races last time, paid over $300 in the pick 4. Huge payout, and we've seen that last year. Find a price horse, and you always get a nice overlay. So today's pick 4, I think, is tougher, in my opinion anyway. I don't think there's any absolute big favorites that there were yesterday, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, there could be a couple of big favorites in there, but I think they're possibly beatable. So let's get right to it, Stretch. Let's kick it off with the $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that aren't on 2-lifers. We're sticking with that 5-furlong distance. Scratch number 2, Mary Who. So we're down to a quartet. And it looks like the top 2 are the same for us, Stretch.
Yeah, it's good that, unfortunate with the scratch, but
we're both against Flintlock.
We are both, for sure. And so, only 4, but it's a good spot. This first race, you can ease into the race card, figure it out a little bit. Yeah, we're both on the 3. This horse won her first start last year, and then kind of couple races. The key that I noticed is on August 12th, you won't see in the line, acted up in the gate and was scratched before the race. And I thought after that, really wasn't quite the same horse. Now you get some time off, you get a trainer switch. Maybe the trainer's going to figure out how to calm the horse down in the gate. And so this horse is a not need the lead, but might just end up on the lead and just keep going.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It won't be far off it. Blue Tango and Flintlock, I expect both of them to lock horns on the front end. But Sabatis, this is a horse that came with some big class from Woodbine and showed it right away. Then hit some really tough fields. Gets to debut at the $5,000 level where it dropped to at the end of the year. So I think that's the big edge for Sabatis. Jared Brown did have a winner with Dario Dalrymple aboard with Market King yesterday. So again, it's my top play. Number 5, Flintlock, will be taking all the early money in here, and deservedly so. Had a couple of good second place finishes and finally broke the maiden last time out. Couple of horses in there. The one that won 3 outs ago, that horse came back after that race, ran in a 5,000 non-2, taking the drop from 10, but did get the win in that last race that Flintlock won. The second place finisher had back-to-back maiden allowance seconds, and the third place horse, Miss Josie, who came back to win for 10,000, ran at Prairie Meadows in a starter. It was only a compact field of 5, but did run. It was a 30,000 starter and ran a credible third in there. So Flintlock was running against some good horses, but only one workout. That's the only thing that concerns me about Flintlock in here.
Yeah, and my concern was it's the 4 furlong, and now you're going to 5. We've seen that they can win at 4. I'm not saying the horse certainly can win. My price was 2 to 1. I know I'm probably not getting that, so that's why I had to put it second. I went to the 1, the Invader from Alberta. Likes the third place finishes, a bunch of those, so why not
that
put it there?
That would be good for my show parlays.
Yes, that'll be coming up later. Has a couple 5 furlong works, so I do like that. So if others are knocking heads, maybe if the 5 can't get the distance, maybe this horse picks up the pieces. That's why I had to go 3, 5, and 1.
Yeah, and the other horse I like is number 4, Blue Tango, Tom Gardapi Jr., 2 wins yesterday. Also had a second with Del Vecchio. What that's telling me, he has his horses ready to go this year at First Asking and Blue Tango. I think this horse is kind of distance limited. So with saying that, this 5 furlongs, I think is going to be absolutely perfect. The fitness is going to be a little bit of a question mark, but 2 wins and a second out of Tom yesterday with layoff horses. I think this horse could be live, so I'm going to give you 3, 5, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance race. 4 3-year-old maidens. They're going 5 furlongs once again. Stretch, who do you have?
Well, the same horses you have, and probably the same kind of angle. This would be one of these probably bigger favorites. You think a pretty big favorite?
Yes, I do in here.
Yeah. So we've seen
probably 3 to 5.
That's fair. We've seen so many Tampa horses come here and win here with much less form. This horse's first race looks very good, and I think that it runs a similar effort. Still might win. I think there's probably going to be some improvement, and so could win by a bunch in here if it improves from that start.
Well, we can go to No Show, No Call if you want to look at that horse in the last. It was in Tampa last year, got absolutely drilled, came to Assiniboia Downs, and won 6 races and was a force to be reckoned with. Shocking Malice, the field that it was in, it was a good one because the winner came back to run back-to-back thirds in $30,000 starters, and the second place horse, El Chapazo, this one ran second in its previous race, so was the favorite. Didn't do well in the jump up in its next race, but did attract a claim in there. So I think that was kind of a key race, and we did see Tiz Lord win from Tampa yesterday. So I think Shocking Malice is the one to beat in here.
Yeah, for sure.
And we both also like number 4, Gopher. This horse ran really well last year. First time out against Cole Boy, who had starts under the belt, as did Silver Creek Kid. They ended up running 1-2, but Gopher ran a really good race. In the comeback race, ran another really good one, only beaten by a length, then went in the Winnipeg Futurity, but that was an off racetrack, only got beat by 4. They put the blinkers on for the first time. It'll be interesting to watch in the paddock As we'll remind you, the first start the horse makes of the year, they can use any equipment they want. So they can take the blinkers off, put them on if they haven't had it before. So watching in the paddock is key. We seen that yesterday late with Load Abroad. Did not have blinkers after running all year long. Still won the race, but just another thing to look for.
Yeah, not much to add other than a real nice workout coming in. We also know horses go from 2 to 3. Some just jump up and become that much better. So it's a bit of a
definitely
guessing game. So, yeah, I can't disagree with you. I ended up going with the 3 as the third selection, only because this horse is raced. Yeah, maybe the results aren't great, but I just think that has the racing edge, probably could potentially end up. Maybe the others might need a start. So there's just that advantage. If they'd all been running, I wouldn't have probably had the 3 in my top ones. But I know what you're probably going to talk about, the 5. It almost made my replay, but it didn't because it wasn't in my top 3. But I'm 2-4-3.
Yeah, and to add on the 3, Swiss Laker Boy made a really nice move in its last start on the backside and then kind of tired down the lane. But yes, number 5, Red Roadrunner, is my third choice in here. A good second to Northern Echo in its first start. Then it had to hit Gee, I'm Foxy, the top 2-year-old here, who you just couldn't beat until the end of the year when Welcome to Hollywood did beat Gee, I'm Foxy. But won the graduation, then back-to-back thirds. Linda's Map was a nice one. And Conspiracy Theorist. Michael Nault won the first race, his only horse that he entered yesterday. Hit the winner's circle. So I'm giving you 2, 4, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The carryover just under $10,000. We have a $5,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Number 4, Black Tekka, will run on Lasix. Stretch, what about here?
All right. 3 in a row. I'm not liking this much. Not liking this.
I'm thinking that's interesting. Last time we usually do this, we're a bet against.
Sometimes, yes, we are. Okay, hopefully that's not the case. Yesterday the Woodbine horses didn't fire. But it's only one day. I am disregarding it. If there's a trend after a couple weeks, or maybe at least 10, 12 starts, then I'll consider it. But let's go to the 5 as my top selection, as is Kirt. I'll see why he liked it. The 4 does have more speed, and the 4 will probably be on the lead, but I don't think this horse is going to be that far away. The selling point for me was a couple of the races at Fort Erie on the dirt at this level can sit just off and make a late run. Certainly, we talked about on the outside. This horse will probably be slightly on the outside because I don't think it would just grab the rail in such a small field and try to run down the 4 late.
Yeah, I like those Fort Erie races. These horses actually ran against each other in early May of last year on the 19th. The odds were almost identical. The speed was the 4. 5 was sitting just off of that. But like you said, Stretch, this horse has already run on the dirt. It's proven. That is huge to me. So I'm giving 4 Aces High, my top selection. Second, I went to number 1, Dragon Drew. How can you go with this horse that shows a little speed and falters? Well, the cutback in distance to 5 furlongs, I think, is everything. If you look at the distance, this horse has run it 30 times, which is more than the rest of the field, almost doubled. Has 3 wins, 8 seconds, 6 thirds, and has made some good money at the distance. Was at Hawthorne after coming by way of Turfway, but I like that it shows speed every time, does draw the inside, but doesn't have to go to the lead. I think it'll be sitting close, and the way Tom's horses are running, and Sierra Pruitt, for her first lifetime mounts yesterday, did really, really well. She almost got second in the first race with the longest shot on the board, so I like Dragon Drew for second. Yeah,
that's fair. I had to use the 4 because I think it's the speed of the speed. Catch if you can. This is a need the lead type, but if you take a look at that 14-horse field from post 10, cleared from there, comes in with a sharp 5 furlong work. This horse might just be gone early and not be able to stop. I didn't want to leave that one out. And then I will mention the 2-horse. I bet this horse at Santa Anita over the years and has won some races. You can take a look at the earnings. Obviously lost a few steps, but if anything close to some of those races back that you don't really see on the charts, watch out. Had to go with Eddie. Maybe Eddie's my new horse.
Oh, okay. There you go.
5-4-2. 5-4, Eddie.
And I'm 5-1-4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. Again, 5 furlongs. Stretch, we're not the same.
We're not the same, and I knew you were taking this horse.
Wow.
There's no way I'm taking this horse. Anyway, I'll talk about my long shot, one of my long shots. I like 2 of them in here.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's a good race to kick off the pick 4 when the favorite gets beat, maybe. What I try to do is I try to avoid the 3-year-old versus older in here. And that's what I've done. You've also done the same thing. This time of year, I think the 4-year-olds have a little bit advantage on that because the others have been running. If they're 3 now, they're running against 2-year-olds unless they've constantly been running. Yep. I'm taking a shot at a price here. The 3-horse is a big speed. Take a look at who this horse dueled last time with Kate's Princess. So if you followed our track, you know Kate's is speed.
She's a rocket.
Yeah.
Absolute rocket.
There is no Kate's in here. Has a steady works. Worth a shot at 8-1 for sure for me. I just could not key the 2. I understand the 2, but talk about the 2, and I've got a couple things to mention about the 2 after you tout it.
Yeah, another thing to look at on the 2, it was pinched and had to wait on the rail last time out, so didn't get the best trip. This horse ran a great race, though, only beaten by 2. The winner came back to run a first and a second in allowance company. The second place horse was the favorite at FanDuel, ended up running a 4th out of there. The new jockey, DiBaggio Payne, coming by way of Barbados, has yet to win a race. As you can see, he is a 10-pound apprentice, but I've heard things on the backside that he might have a lot of talent. And coming out of that Tom Gardepy barn that was firing on all cylinders yesterday, I think this horse is worth a play. But yes, not at 2-5, 3-5.
Yeah, absolutely. This horse is the horse to beat. A couple things that yes, this horse did have trouble, but once this horse got out, I thought this horse could have got a little bit closer. If you look at in 2024, 4 of 7 seconds.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of seconditis.
Anyway,
yeah.
a little bit, and 21 starts. Absolutely, you can't leave this horse out. I know Kurt's not going to bet this horse to win at that price, as he mentioned. How about your 6?
But there's nothing wrong with seconds at Churchill and Gulfstream.
Absolutely true. No, that's a good point, for sure.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 6, Bound for Heaven. This is a horse that first time out last year was in a restricted race, but made every pole a winning one as the horse just made a bold move and just blew right past him, winning easily by 2. Then back-to-back stakes races, lost to G.I'm Foxy, who was the 2-year-old of the year, and then Welcome to Hollywood in the last race on an off racetrack. But Bound for Heaven, nice workouts coming in. A couple half miles in 48, another one in 36. I expect Bound for Heaven to run a good race.
Yeah, and my other price horse here is the 4. If you look at this first out was a really good race. The next start, it's hard to watch the replay.
Oh, it is. I watched it too.
Yeah, so
kind of lose track of everything.
Everything, and something happened in the backstretch that this horse got interfered with.
Yeah, one of the horses pulled up.
Pulled up, correct. This horse was too far back. If you watch closely, though, in the replay, if you pay attention, this horse did finish with run. So I thought that maybe this horse could sit a little bit closer. That first start was too good to ignore. Everybody's going to look at that last one. Had to include it, at least to be in the money. 3-2-4.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 5, Sneaky Situation, coming out of the Devin Gittins barn. This horse ran some huge races last year. Twice had to run against G.I'm Foxy, and then ran behind Bound for Heaven 4 outs ago, and then went to Century Mile and ended up breaking the maiden there at the maiden allowance level. This horse has a good stalking running style, and Devin Gittins is a very good conditioner, so the horse will be ready. And I just want to talk about number 1, Alluring Alley. Well, this race, I wanted to bet this horse. As they were going into the gate, I tried to bet it. They locked the windows. A horse ended up getting scratched. I had to wait 12 minutes, refreshing, to try and get back in. It ended up being locked. This horse easily went wire to wire. But all I wanted to say, it was not the strongest of fields. And I was betting Gonzalo Anderson and not really the horse in there. So it didn't beat up on much, even though it really looks impressive. But I'm going to give you 2, 6, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5. It's a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly and mares that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. And they're going to go 5 furlong stretch. What do you got?
That's just 2 days in a row you've had story time.
Well, I got to
You're
add a little
killing it.
bit.
You're killing it on these story times. And both of them you didn't make money on.
Well, totally. I get shut out on a 5-1, and I have to watch 13 minutes of dead air and then watch the horse win by 10.
Oh,
it hurt me.
Absolutely. So we talked about this yesterday about the waiver claiming, and Kirt mentioned that most of the longer layoff, you get 2 starts at the lowest level.
180 days.
180 days,
and
correct.
90 days, you get 1.
Exactly. And so I think Pearl here fits this so well. Ran against the 62.5 down to 5. That's what it would have been.
Open 5 non 2,
Two.
but because it was a breed, it got 25% more last year. This year, the breeds will get 50% more when they run against open company.
Oh, okay. Good information. So if you take a look at this, first of all, I think the works say this horse is ready. I think Rashad will want to send this horse, and it's my strongest play on the card. We've got the works. Look at where this horse was early in the year. Some nice allowance fields running against, stuck against Mechanical Susie and that.
Wow, Mechanic Susie. She won 6 in a row.
Correct. So I think, like I said, this is my single in a bunch of sequence bets. My top play of the day. That's all I got.
Yeah, I like her a lot also. I also like number 7, Awfully Special. I seen you left her out. She started the year last year in good form, battling and drawing off to win. And she ended the year in really good form with back-to-back wins. Awfully Special, if anybody wants to go after Russian Pearl and go battle it on the front end, that might be Maybella. But Awfully Special won't be far away. And I just think this horse is better than the $5,000 tag that it is running for, but it was wavered in. It's another one. I like both of these, either order.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm going with the 6. I've won on this horse with the past the last few times to start the year. Won back-to-back races last year. We get the outside to stalk on the outside and try to make that late run. If you think the 1 and 7 are going to battle up front, maybe it does set it up for the 6, and so kind of take over. So I think it's even got a shot at the win spot.
Yeah, and a quick little talk about a few of the jockeys in here. In number 2, Just Opposed, Matthew Bennett was the champion apprentice in Jamaica in 2023 on Daisy's a Doozy. Jeremiah Worrell is looking for his first lifetime win. He's coming by way of Barbados. And on the 5, Maybella, our third selections, Roger Hewitt will ride. He's been riding for 7 years in Jamaica and just shy of 100 wins. We have a lot of new Caribbean riders joining us for the meet. And Maybella, our third selection, has probably tested the toughest here, besides Russian Pearl, as the horse was in the open company, battling it out, is making the first start of the year, can go to the front, but won't be far away either or. Maybella runs her best race. She could take it also.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's one of those you can't leave it out. So I'm 1-6-5.
And I'm 1-7-5. On to race number 6, we have a maiden allowance race for filly 3-year-olds and up. Again, going the 5 furlongs, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. Stretch, we're both on the 5.
Yeah, I actually went back and forth on my top 2 picks, like almost co-picks 1 and 5. I did end up going with the 5 because I like this horse's race 2 back. I thought that was a really good even effort. And then even that was on the turf, but a competitive one there. I think this horse can sit if it doesn't get the lead. I don't think it's going to be that far off. On the outside, basically take over late.
Yeah, a couple other things. The horse that won it in the last start came back, won a 25 non-2 lifer, 25,000 that is, at Tampa. The second place horse won a maiden $25,000 race. In the previous start, the second place horse won for maiden 40. If you go 3 down, the horse won a Dinosaur, ended up winning a starter for 30,000. And the start before that, 4 outs ago, this horse was stakes placed in grade 3s. Art Nouveau has been testing a lot of really tough ones. I also like number 6, Waiting by the Nile. This is a horse that showed speed in 2 out of the 3 starts, and then last time, a horrible break out of the gate. But what I absolutely love, the horse came running at the end. When you see that happen, that makes horses so much more versatile. Jockeys and trainers seem to look at it and say, this is just a speed horse. I'm lucky to sit in the office. I can get lifetime PPs on the horse, and it says the horse used to come off the pace. Oh, it has to go to the front. Well, not according to this. The horse had 1 races coming off the pace, not on the front end. I think this might be just one of them that sits back and tries to pounce on him.
Yeah, we had the closer from Turfway yesterday win it that you liked that came in. So the one, what could have been my top pick, this horse has been training in Phoenix. You look at the steady works. So yes, the 5 has been running, but this one has been training in the right spot. I think it's got the speed. You've got the right rider to send this horse if he wants to. So for me, it's a must use in here just because I think this horse, this filly might have some talent in there. And this horse does belong. Some of them maybe don't belong in the maiden special weight category and just are taking a shot early. So I had to use that as my top selection. And my third selection is the 2. Simple reason, 4-year-old versus a 3-year-old and has already been running. So, the 3 back wasn't a bad race. Maybe pick up the pieces, 5-1-2.
Yeah, the horse might go to the front end. A little bit on the breeding. On number 1, that's what he said. 4 siblings, 1 full sibling, but all of them maidens.
Oh.
None of them have one, and I was looking at that 46 in work and minute out of the starting gate at Turf Paradise. I was so excited to see the breeding, and then I was a little disappointed, but that doesn't mean that this one isn't a total runner, and I'm going to give you 5, 6, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $12,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch, and boy, we picked the same horse. And I had 5 different horses that I went back and forth on in here.
You're totally reading my notes.
It was
because
unbelievable.
That's exactly what I've got written here. I thought it was the toughest race to come up with selections. I went back and forth. I had 4 for my top pick to right around yours. That's how tough. And I finally, after looking at it multiple times and going over it, I went with the same pattern. We have Jared Brown, the trainer, on the 8. He had Market King yesterday. Market King had 1 start at Turf Paradise. This one has had 3. I like the race 3 back. That was a real nice race against some solid allowance horses. The last 2 I'm going to throw out, say the horse needed a break, gets the break, got to relax in Phoenix. Who wouldn't want to relax in the sun down there?
Oh, no doubt. I loved it.
Yeah, so there you go. If you look back early on, 3 of the last 4 races last year would make this horse very tough. Outside pattern, we'll see how it goes. Maybe that's the spot to be.
Yeah, I agree. It's one that's conditioned twice last year. Not a lot of speed. The 7 and the 8 are the predominant speed of the race, but I think this one will be able to go to the 5/8 and should be fit and ready to go with being down wintering in Phoenix. The other horse I like is number 6, Corridor, coming by way of Fauner Park, but it isn't the Fauner Park races that I like the most. I think the horse is running well right now, but it's those races earlier on at Oaklawn and Remington, broke the maiden for 10, and then went to Oaklawn and won the non-2 lifer. That's not an easy place to win a non-2 lifer or any race, as people come from everywhere to race at Oaklawn Park. But the horse is fit and ready to go, and I think he'll show a big late run.
Yeah, I had to throw in the 3. This horse won first out. He crushed the field last time. You might have even had this horse last year in the first selection. Yeah. And that was the opening day part of that $2,400 pick 4 pick. Had to include
that was my only winner.
Well, say, why not go out big? And then I'll just mention about the 5, the Invader here. I had to include this one because some of them don't take to our track. Well, this horse is 2 for 2 at ASD. So I think there's a couple good races. Morning line of 12-1. I think I could get all of that, and maybe that's one of the upsets in here. So I was 8-3-5.
Yeah, and the other horse I added, number 2, No Show, No Call. Yeah. Well, this horse did no wrong last year. 9 starts here at the Downs, 6 trips to the winner's circle. Yes, it did it the easy way, beating up on the Manitoba breds, but won a couple open allowance non-2 lifer races and was really convincing. And when it did test open horses, McKeag in the breed, I'm going to call it open horses, but McKeag still has not won its first level allowance, even though it's bankrolled over $100,000+ in earnings. But No Show, No Call, blazing workouts. So I'm going to give you 8, 6, and 2. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's card of racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 2, Mary Who. Now turning your programs to race number 2, kicking off the rolling doubles, there are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Number 1, Dragon Drew. The ownership should read Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepee. Number 4, Black Tika will run on Lasix. And the jackpot pick 5 carryover, just over $9,700. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000. Guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 5, Sneaky Situation. The ownership should read Anderson Livestock Stable, Bison Stable, and Oslin Bell. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell and correct the weight to 123 pounds. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races, Just the Lone Overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our other classic high 5 race, there are no changes. Well, an absolute beautiful evening here in Winnipeg. Currently, under mainly sunny skies, the temperature 19 degrees Celsius or 66 Fahrenheit. The wind out of the north at 35 kilometers an hour or 22 miles an hour. And the track is currently listed as fast. Stretch, you got something to say
do
there?
have something. See, now I'm back in the sun. Yesterday you were in the sun, just kind of peeking over the, the sign. I'm back. I'm in twice.
There you go, Stretch. It's all about Stretch again today. Good luck with all your wagers. Post time for race number 1, 15 minutes away. And welcome everyone to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is drawn, you're going to receive the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. You're going to get an ASD t-shirt. You're going to get an ASD ball cap, autographed by myself and Stretch. You're going to come up to the press box, watch me call a race. Then you're going to go see the horses in the paddock. Then it's off to the winner's circle to get a frame photo with the winning horse. And if you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. It's also the place to open a free betting account at hbibet.com so you can bet the races right from your phone. Even better, if you open a new account and wager 100, you're going to get 100 in bonus money. Have a great evening of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. Kicking off the Wednesday night card of racing with the $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that aren't on 2 lifers. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Scratch number 2, Mary Who. Stretch, what do you like in here?
All right, Jake's back on camera. He's cooled down out there. We've got the 3 as both of our top selections. Many things to like about this horse. I remember this horse's first race coming from Woodbine last year and was really impressed. It actually, I thought the horse broke a little bit slow, as it said.
And broke to its knees that day, but recovered nicely and still grabbed the lead. And
just kept going. And so that was such a good sign. I thought this horse would be maybe a little more success, but then ran against a couple tougher horses and then had a wreck in the gate on August 12th that kind of maybe took a setback. And now I think the horse is ready to go this year. Runs back to that first start. Watch out.
Yeah, the other horse we like is number 5, Flintlock. Looks pretty flashy from Fauner Park, as the horse had back-to-back seconds and then came off the win last time out. But this horse just might have those distance limitations. At Fairgrounds in Churchill Downs, the horse flashed speed, but wasn't able to finish. But not a surprise. It was at the maiden allowance level before dropping to 15. Flintlock, the only thing that I'm worried about is just that lone work. I would have liked to see 2 of them on Flintlock, but I'm not sure how late they did get the horse. But Flintlock, if this horse does get loose on the front end, it could be your wire-to-wire winner.
Yeah, we're going to see how the speed holds. Obviously, we're not basing it on the first race, but go from there. I'll talk about the one is my third selection. This horse should be sitting back, can show speed, shouldn't get too far back, coming from Alberta. Has a couple nice works coming in. And like I mentioned, ASD Live likes to finish third. So why not put the horse in third?
Yeah, the horse's 2 starts that it did have here at the Downs were at the maiden allowance level. And this is the bottom 5-2. But the other horse I like is number 4, Blue Tango. Tom Gardapi and Rashad Knights, they teamed up for 2 wins yesterday. And what Blue Tango bring to the race is speed. That is the key here. This horse, anytime it went 6 furlongs, didn't do that well. It did break the maiden, going 5.5 furlongs. Early on, it ran a great race against Awareness Autism. Going the 5 furlong distance, was third beaten 5, but was forward in the race. Rashad Knights knows this horse really well. And the way Tom Gardapi and him did yesterday, I just can't leave this horse out.
Yeah, that's a good call. Why really pay attention to the trainers that get hot early? That kind of seems to be a trend each year on the different ones.
No doubt about that. All right, let's go to our wagers here to kick it off. Stretch, what do you have?
All right.
Oh, a couple wagers, imagine
Yeah,
that.
let's have 2. Let's go a $5 pick 3 wheel. 3 with 2, 4, and 5. It's a $5 for 15. If you only want to spend $3 or whatever, maybe $2, that's the denomination. And I'm hoping for a little bit better price than 7 to 5, 20 to win on 3.
And myself, I'm going after the early daily double. I'm going to take 3 and 4 in here. I think the 5's going to get bet off the board, so I'm taking 3 and 4 with the 2 in the next leg. A $1 double, only $2, $10 one for 20. And Stretch, guess what?
Show Parlay Wednesday.
Oh, my favorite day. Show Parlay. Did I even cash one
You
last
cashed
year?
at the end.
Oh,
you cashed
that's right.
on the
I
end.
got one at the end.
Yes. And,
Yes.
And I think by the way, I do like the 2 days a week because we're going to see really good fields on that. I like the spaced out. I think that was the right call. And obviously they chose the Wednesday for the show parlays.
Yeah, of course they did.
Why wouldn't they?
They want to see the action. So yeah, it's Tuesday, Wednesday racing all through May. Then starting in June, we add the Monday, and then every 3 weeks, it's 3 days a week.
Yeah, a real good setup. Stretches through. We're gonna have good fields throughout. As Adam's already put it.
Yeah.
No suspense. 20 show on 3.
And I'm 20 to show on the 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Parzani, owned by Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronald Alley. Number 2, Mary Who, was scratched. Number 3 is Sabatis, owned by Cam Ziprick and Kelly Halliday, trained by Jared Brown with Dario Dalrymple. Number 4 is Blue Tango, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the opener is number 5, Flintlock, owned by Got to Go Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Siobhan Bell. Kicking off Roland Daily Doubles. Here in race number 1, they'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
All right, the girls kick off the day all looking for their second lifetime win. I'm going to start with the 3, the second choice on the board. This mare won her first start last time, first out. Let's hope that happens again. Is not a need the lead type, but should be quite close. If there's a pace battle, could take over late or could find her on pace. Who's the potential speed of the race? That's the potential of the 5. It's gone 4 furlongs. Can she get the 5? That'll be the question. And then the long shot in here that is coming from Alberta. A couple good works coming in at 10-1. Maybe that's the price play. 3, 5, and 1. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, Sabatis. Couple of really nice workouts back in April. 36-1 and followed up by a 36. This horse was at the allowance level for most of the year before dropping down to this level in the very last start of the year. The way it has been training, and Dario Dalrymple and Jared Brown did hook up for a win yesterday. My top play, number 5, Flintlock. This is the horse that's going to try and steal it on the front end, but 4-5 on the board, now up to even money, is a little bit short. I think this horse is distance limited. Might have to hold your breath inside the 16th pole. And number 4, Blue Tango, Rashad Knights and Tom Gardepy Jr., they teamed up for 2 wins last year. She will be forward in the race, battling early on, and it seems like all his horses are ready to go. So I'm going to give you 3, 5, and 4. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Front gates are open for the current favorite at 4-5, Sabatis, who she walks right in. Next up, Parzani. She's in. Just 2 left to load. Blue Tango locks up and in. And now just waiting on Flintlock. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the outside, Flintlock showing her good early speed. Back in second, Blue Tango is going to put up chase. 2 more lengths back to Sabatis in third, and Parzani will be the early trailer. About 7 lengths off the lead, but it's Flintlock with a stranglehold up by 2.5. Blue Tango to the outside in second. Sabatis starting to get motivated from third, pushing 3 wide, and Parzani is still the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Flintlock's lead has diminished as Sabatis just goes blowing on by. Sabatis now opens up 2 on the field. The battle's going to be on for second. A 16th of a mile go, and it's all Sabatis for the win. Blue Tango ends up second, Flintlock third, and Parzani finishes in fourth. The stewards are posted number 3, Sabatis has your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Blue Tango. Third to number 5, Flintlock. And fourth to number 1, Parzani. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 1, that's number 3, Sabatis. Sabatis is a bay mare, 5 years old, by Candy Ride, under the mare Sardinia by Tap It, owned by Cam Ziprick and Kelly Halliday, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Dario Dalrymple. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Rolling daily doubles. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 16 minutes away. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new 50-50 draw that takes place each and every race night. Tonight, the jackpot is currently at $580 and still growing. Tickets are 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can purchase your tickets at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage, from the designated 50-50 ticket seller who is roaming the building, or you can just go online at 5050.asdowns.com. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. tonight. Proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And just take note, you do not need to be in attendance to win. You can just check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. Also, don't forget to check out our 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. during Crazy Hour in the VLT Lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 5, Flintlock. Claim by Terry Cole, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this allowance race. 4 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1 stretch. Number 3, Sabatis, lived up to the workouts, lived up to the back class, and Dario Dalrymple made that look actually rather easy.
He did. I thought it took him a little while to get going, but then once he got going on the turn, it was just a matter of how many, and ran closer to his last top races at the end of last year. So they've got him to go. Well, I think bigger and better things with that one next start.
All right, on to race number 2 here, stretch. We got a bunch of maidens.
We do. Even look at that. We got looks well distributed. Three kind of co-choices. We both landed on the 2. Invader from Tampa had 1 start. My fingers have this horse pretty good. Looks like the figures are higher than you think based on being 3rd, beaten 2, 4th. It's the fractions are quick for Tampa because that can be a deep track at times. So that's pretty quick. It's no Turf Paradise is on cement.
Yeah.
And this is not. And you're seeing 22 and 2 is a quick time for maidens especially.
Yeah, and it was a good race for a maiden, 25,000. The winner came back to run a couple of thirds at Tampa and at Prairie Meadows for a starter allowance, 30,000. And the second place horse to that race, that horse ran a really game second and went off as the favorite in there and has since not done anything. But I think that's a little bit of a key race. The horse gets Lasix for the first time. And we did have a Tampa winner yesterday in Tiz Lord. And remember, this horse got beat by 8 lengths. And if you look in the last race, No Show, No Call was in the main allowance and got beat by 14 first time out and then won 6 out of 9 here at the Downs. Shocking Malice, I got to give the nod as the one to beat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the 4 Gopher is both of our second selections. This thing has been working up a storm in the morning. April the 19th, 47-4, followed up by another half mile in 48-1, and recently 48-3. Great race first time out, only beaten by 2, running 3rd, then ran a game 2nd, then went to the stakes variety, but on an off racetrack. So, and they put blinkers on for the first time. I don't see blinkers on today. So maybe that was his undoing, were the blinkers. With the blinkers off right now, I think Gopher has a big shot.
Yeah, good catch on that. And I'll talk about the 3, and I'll let you talk about the 5. But
Sure.
Let's talk about the 3. This horse has been running at Turf Paradise, yes, at a lower level. The advantage on this one, it has had some starts. The last couple, not so good, but there's a sneaky okay. There's her big fields, can get in trouble. This horse has to get out. It hasn't got out about 4 out of the 5 starts, in fact, the last 4. If it gets out, maybe today's the day. This horse has blinkers.
And this horse did make a really good move on the backside before tiring late down the lane. I also like number 5, Red Roadrunner. This horse is yet to miss the board in 4 lifetime outings. Started off with a good second to Northern Echo, then ran into our 2-year-old champion, Gee, I'm Foxy, who you just couldn't beat until the end of the year. And then it was back-to-back thirds. So Red Roadrunner, Michael Nault, saddled one yesterday with Praven Badgery. And that was low to broad in the first race, and he got it done. So he sends his horses ready to go at first asking.
Just to add the 5, if you watch the replay, which, did you mention he has blinkers?
No, I didn't.
The 5 adds blinkers.
Okay, so
And-
blinkers on to start the year.
And also, I was almost going to show the replay. This horse had a terrible start last time as opposed to spotted the field a lot. It made a move and finished with run. So that's another one to consider. I probably could have had it in my picks. I just went with the 4-year-old and the horse racing. And the 1 horse was bet down at $2.75 to the dollar. Has steady works. I'm not sure if this horse was down south or not. Doesn't show any works, but Jared's barn was down there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it is, just by the owners.
Okay. And I think that one has blinkers as well. Is that blinkers?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to see under everything.
Okay. It could have the blinkers. Anyway, this horse has only 1 start, was close early. Certainly can improve going from 2 to 3 second start. This horse could be good. Nice price at 8-1.
Definitely is. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2, Stretch. What do you have?
Well, I'm on the board already, by the way. $5 exacta wheel. 2 with 3, 4, and 5.
and myself. It's time for me to do a pick 3. I'm going to key the 2 in here, take all in the middle leg, all 5 of them, and then I'm keying the 2 again. A $1 ticket is $5, but I'm doing a $5 one for $25. And Stretch, I'm alive in the show parlay after one race.
First one of the year. Look at that.
We've had 4-horse fields before, and I've been the 4th one.
We have. All right. I'm going. You got first pick, and your first pick is?
Shocking Malice, the 2.
Shocking. I'll go to the 4.
All right, $21 each. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Topologist. owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Shocking Malice, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Swiss Laker Boy, owned by Murray Clear Sky, trained by Sherry Lang, with Sachin Paris. Number 4 is Gopher, owned by Roger Plant, Ken Pollock, and Ed Pollock, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 5, Red Road Runner, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, with Praven Badri. Rolling daily doubles. Here in race number 2, they'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
All right, the boys all looking for their first lifetime win, their maidens. Let's start with the current favorite at co-favorite 6-5. Horses coming from Tampa. They do very well here. Already had a start. Couple works here. Looks like there's some potential with this horse. Clearly can run evenly, so if it doesn't get the lead, can still win it, but might end up on the lead. Others to consider, take a look at the local one, Gopher, which is the 4, 6-5. Really good workout coming in, takes the blinkers off, should come off the pace. And the other one to take a look at a price, 17-1, has been racing here in Phoenix. Could upset the field, but let's go 2, 4, and 3. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Shocking Malice. One of 2 horses that have started already this year is an advantage, and also an advantage coming by way of Tampa. We did have a Tampa horse running yesterday that ended up getting the job done in the end. Shocking Malice debuts with Lasix. I think will show speed today. I'm giving the nod as the one to beat. Number 4, Gopher, has been working up a storm in the mornings. Ran really well the first 2 times out, and then hit an off racetrack in a stake race for the last start of the year. They had blinkers on, will not run on blinkers with blinkers today. My second choice. And number 5, Red Roadrunner. Michael Nault and Praven Badri, they had one yesterday and it was a winner, so I'm going to give you 2, 4, and 5. Good luck here in race number 2. It's post time. Topologist, the first to step into the starting gate. Next up, the 4 to 5 favorite, Shocking Malice, walks right in. Swiss Laker Boy from the middle will be next. Shocking Malice acting up a little in the starting gate. Now settled. Just 2 left to load. Gopher is now in and waiting on Red Roadrunner. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking in a bit was Tapologist. Shocking Malice shows some early speed on the inside and quickly goes out to garner a short lead in between horses. Gopher putting on pressure, 3 wide. Red Roadrunner makes it a trio to battle it out early. 5 lengths back to Swiss Laker Boy, and after the poor beginning, Tapologist is the early trailer. 24-2 the opening quarter. Shocking Malice on the inside. To the outside, Red Roadrunner trying to reel him in. Back to third, Gopher. Then it's Swiss Laker Boy and Tapologist. They hit the head of the lane. And Shocking Malice with the lead by a length. Red Roadrunner not giving up, but is running out of ground. A 16th of a mile to go. Shocking Malice, the favorite, is gonna get it done. Second is gonna go to Red Roadrunner. Swiss Laker Boy just got up for third. Gopher finished in fourth. The Stewards of post to number 2, Shocking Malice, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Red Roadrunner. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 49-3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102-4. Results of the photo show number 3, Swiss Laker Boy. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 4, Gopher. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 2, Shocking Malice. Shocking Malice is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Palace Malice, out of the mare's Shocking Fast by Distorted Humor. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102 and 4. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a carryover just under $10,000. Number 1, Dragon Drew. The ownership should read Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardapi. Number 4, Black Tika will run on lay 6. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4, number 5, Sneaky Situation. The ownership should read Anderson Livestock Stable, Bison Stable, and Oslin Bell. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell and correct the weight to 123 pounds. There's no changes in race 6 or 7. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Also, don't forget to explore the 140 VLTs in our Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And remember, after the last race, we're giving $500 away in our Crazy Hour cash draw that will take place at 11:30 p.m. each and every race night. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a carryover of just under $10,000 for this $5,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Again, going the 5 furlong distance. Number 4, Black Tika, will run on Lasix. Quick look back at race number 2, Stretch. Shocking Malice. I guess the shocking thing was all the money went on the 4, and this horse didn't even go off as a favorite and ran huge.
Yeah, well, we talked about how Good Angle is coming from Tampa. Ran a nice race. The 5 ran a big race, got out of the gate and pressed and challenged, and certainly
and just got a little tired in the end.
Yeah, he'll be good next time for sure.
All right, on to race number 3 here, Stretch. What do you like?
Okay, good sequence in the pick 5. I don't know if my ticket will get the pool, but I think there would be a chance just the sequence in the some tricky races that could go. But
yeah, mine's not a pool ticket, but it could be a good one, though.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Let's start. We're both on the 5 as our top selection. And I'm a little surprised that this horse is the favorite. You can see co-favorite, almost co-favorites, a bunch. Good betting board. I like how this horse is a couple races at Fort Erie on the dirt. Ran some nice races there. The figures are there. Did Wendy have a win yesterday?
Yes, she did.
She did. I thought so. So she's got her ready. This horse is 9 years old. Maybe lost a step, but a lot of good races on the card. Nice steady works coming in. Should come off the pace. We saw Sabatis, however you say that, come off.
Look at that. You said it right, Stretch.
I was lucky.
Wow.
I was lucky. Wait till I start calling races.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait either.
Anyway, top selection.
And myself, I'm with you on 4 Aces High. My second pick is number 1, Dragon Drew. Dragon Drew has a lot of experience going the 5 furlongs, 30 starts, 3 wins, 8 seconds, 6 thirds. Showed speed at Hawthorne before packing it in. But 2 outs ago, going that 5 furlongs, look at what a key race that was as the winner and second place horse. Both came back to win. Dragon Drew banged it out and was unable to keep it going. But I think this horse will be forward in the pace. Tom Gardapi, horse is running well. Sierra Pruitt, she's already had 2 lifetime starts under her belt. Look good out on the racetrack to get a big break in the weights.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the 4. We both have the 4 in our top 3. This potentially will be battling early, just on the outside. I don't mind that. I like the 2 works coming in, especially the last one. It was a bullet, only 6 others, but still a minute and 3/5, like that. If you look back, it doesn't show any dirt races, but if you go way back and look at Dirt Fast, 12 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds. So there was a time when this horse could run in the dirt. So maybe that's the one.
And the 4 and 5 have run against each other. You have to look back to May 19th last year at Woodbine. And the 4 did beat the 5. They were similar odds. They finished within 2 lengths of each other at the end. So it'll be interesting if the 4 takes to the dirt. And number 3, Venti. Here's a horse that used to show speed early on. But at the end of the year, said, why not sit just off the pace? And that worked out so well as the horse ended up blowing on by and drawing off to win by a length and a quarter. I expect Venti to be forward in here, probably sitting 3rd behind Black Tika and Dragon Drew. But Devin Gittins again has his horses ready. Rashad Knight's already 2 wins yesterday.
Yes.
So I think this horse could figure into the race, and right now is only 2-1 on the board.
No kidding. Yeah, looks ready to go. Let's go to the number 2, Eddie. And this horse I mentioned on ASD Live. I bet him when he was at Santa Anita. Can show speed. We'll see what happens. Maybe didn't like the bull ring at Fawner. Gets a little bit of a bigger track. Should be forwardly placed. Can come off the pace. Used to win some races. A bunch of thirds in the career, but I got to include him 6-1.
Well, if you're betting Eddie, you got to hope that he comes off the pace with Black Tika, Venti, Dragon Drew in here. Jam and Eddie just might sit back and pick up all the pieces. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Jackpot pick 5 times Stretch. I'm getting past the first leg.
You are. I am on a budget, so I left 1 horse out.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's always a great angle, isn't it?
Let's go, Drew.
2, 3, 4, 5. with 2, 3, 4, with King the 1, with 1, 5, with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 in the last. Left out 2 that time.
Oh, look at that.
And then 30 to place on the 5 in case the speed gets away.
Oh, there you go. Try and pay for a little bit of your ticket. That place price in the last race
Yes.
paid absolutely amazing on Shocking Malice. All right, myself, I'm hitting the all button, so I'm getting through this leg. Then I'm going to key the 2-horse, Cumberland Falls. Then I'm taking 1, 5, 6, and 7. Then I'm doing another key on Art Nouveau in race number 6. And then again, the all button. I got 2 all buttons, and it's only $32.
Nice. Good. I like it. I like the angles. Good
All
stuff.
right, and show parlay stretch.
Not to worry.
Are you a little quiet?
I've been saving up. I've got lots of car change.
Oh, yeah, my car's loaded.
Absolutely. We got a lot of weeks of car changes. Let's go. My car change is going on the 2.
All right, and myself, I'm taking the 5, 4 aces high for $22. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Dragon Drew, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with Sierra Pruitt. Number 2 is Jammin' Eddie, owned by Got to Go Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Venti, owned by Larry Falloon and Matty Dirksen, trained by Devin Gittins with Rashad Knights. Number 4 is Black Tika, owned by Windancer Stable and Norton Suderman, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 5, 4 Aces High, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. Here in race number 3, they'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
right, a competitive boys field going 5 furlongs, wide open. Take a look at the betting board. And you can see it's tough to figure out who's going to be the favorite. Let's look at the 5 top selection coming from Ontario last year, raced at Woodbine and Fort Erie. Couple good races, like the running style, could set up well for him, sit just off the pace and make a late run on the outside to get up. Who could be the speed of the speed? That might be the 4. It's Catch 'em If You Can. Work's coming in really good. And a bit of a price horse racing at Fawner is the 2 horse. He'll probably be sitting just off as well. So let's go 5, 4, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 5. 4 Aces High. Love the dirt races. And 4 and 5 are kind of inseparable in here. They ran together once. They finished close together. 4 Aces High will not be the speed in here, will be a stalker. But I love the dirt races. I also like number 1, Dragon Drew. Also a horse that's bringing speed to the race. Has the winter conditioning under the belt. Has run on the dirt. Draws inside and gets a break in the weights with Sierra Pruitt and Black Tika, the 4. This could be the horse on the front end playing Catch Me If You Can. I'm not a strong believer in just the 5 and definitely don't like the 3 to 5, but I'm going to give you a 5, 1, and 4. Good luck here in race number 3.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. Post time!
Dragon Drew, the first one in. Next up, Jamming Eddie. From the middle, here comes Venti. Just 2 left to load. Black Tika. And now just waiting on the even money favorite, 4 Aces High. Four Aces High, getting a little extra help from the gate crew. And is now in. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Black Tika easily goes out to grab the early lead by 2. To the outside, Venti in second, 3 wide. 4 Aces High in third. Jammin' Eddie on the rail in fourth. And Dragon Drew will be the early trailer. About 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, a rather quick 24 seconds. and it's Black Tika on the front, but Venti now putting on the pressure on the outside. 4 Aces High back to third. Jaminetti coming up the rail. They hit the head of the lane. Black Tika fighting back with the lead, but Venti has the best stride going. A 16th of a mile to go, and Venti gonna pull a mild upset and get the win. Second best, Black Tika. Jaminetti rallied for third. Fourth to 4 Aces High. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Venti, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Black Tika. Third to number 2, Jaminetti. And fourth to number 5, 4 Aces High. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds. The half 48 and 3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A rider's objection into the running of race number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Sierra Pruitt aboard number 1, Dragon Drill, has claimed interference against number 2, Jaminetti, and jockey Neville Stevenson. Rider's objection, 1 on 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3. And of course, it's now going out and back in. That's number 3, Venti. Venti is a Grey Aron gelding, 5 years old, by More Than Ready, out of the Mare Cafe Mancha by Migdalia Goro. Owned by Larry Falloon and Matty Dirksen, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to unofficial victory by Rashad Knights. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 and 3. Once again, we have a rider's objection here in race number 3, 1 on 2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disqualified number 2, Jamming Eddie, for interference with number 1, Dragon Drill, and jockey Sierra Pruitt. Once again, the 2-horse has been disqualified from 3rd and placed 5th. The new order of finish, 3, 4, 5, and 1 will become official. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off, $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 5, Sneaky Situation. The ownership should read Anderson Livestock Stable, Bison Stable, and Oslin Bell. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell and correct the weight to 123 pounds. There's no changes in race 6 or 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They'll go to post in 13 minutes. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets before they're gone. The jackpot is currently at $940 and growing. Those tickets, 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. Tickets are available at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage on the 2nd floor, from the 50-50 ticket seller that is roaming the building, or you can just go online at 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. this evening. Proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And reminded, you do not need to be present to claim your prize. You can just check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. And we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Glenn Monkman. That's Glenn Monkman. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. You have 10 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Well, Black Tika took to the racetrack and showed that good early speed. But Venti, who won the first outing of 2024, duplicated it, making Rashad Knights right now the leading rider.
Yeah, it actually had that horse measured. All right, kicking off the pick 4. Already a bunch of money in. We'll fly over the 25,000. Mike, I'm taking a price here on the 3 horse at 5-1. Island High showed speed last year at higher level or competitive against some of them. Has a 49-3 work. We've seen fresh horses already win this year. That's what I'm hoping. Also, the key is dueling with Kate's Princess. If you can keep up with Kate's, that tells me you got speed.
Yeah, I ended up going to the 2 Cumberland Falls. Got pinched and weighted last time out. Ran a really good race. Gets a jockey that's very limited. Has yet to win a race coming from Barbados. Get a 10-pound break in the weights. But I just think this horse will be forward. It looks like everybody has speed in this race. But I like Cumberland Falls right now getting a decent price at 4-1.
Yeah, and I've got to don't miss out on the 4. Last race had some trouble way back. The first start Lifetime, a really nice race. Pressed and then took over. Could see the same thing happening. Runs back to that first race. Could be there.
Bound for Heaven, the 6, won at first asking, drawing off by 2. This might be the rallier in the race, and that'll be good for value as you're getting 5-1. And I also like the 5 Sneaky Situation. This is a horse that was banging on the door, got the job done when it went to Alberta to Century Downs, but has a really good running style. And Devin Gittins going to try and go back-to-back. And what else you like, Stretch?
Yeah, we'll just mention the 1. It's going from 2 to 3. This horse, the light must have gone on. Won a big race by 10. You said it wasn't as strong a field, but still won big. Always like horses that get brave and a year older. Could be the difference.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 4, Stretch. What do you have?
Okay, it's pick 4 time. I'm up against. I'm going to take most of them in here. I didn't take your 5. I left one out. Remember, I'm on a budget.
Yeah, there
1,
we go.
2, 3, 4, 6. Key in the 1. Take 1, 5, and almost everybody in the last. And just in case I get a price, $10 to win on the 3.
And myself, I'm taking the 2 and 6 in here, then the 1 and 7, then just keying the 5, taking all in the last leg for 32. Show parlay time, Stretch. Well, it's just me now. I'm going to take the 5 Sneaky Situation for $23. I don't say that much. I'm still in. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Alluring Alley, owned by Crystal Cates, trained by Gonzalo Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Cumberland Falls, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with DiBaggio Payne. Number 3 is Island High, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Gina's Serenade, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Fraven Badri. Number 5, that's Sneaky Situation, owned by Anderson Livestock Stable, Bison Stable, and Oslin Bell, trained by Devin Gittins with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the field is number 6, Bound for Heaven, owned by Gary Naherniak and Leon Halham, trained by Mike Taphorn with Ronald Alley. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
All right, the girls going 5 furlongs, kick off the pick 4. Let's start with my top selection, the 3. Of note, the blinkers have come off this horse for this first start. Has a real nice 4 furlong work coming in. Do like that. This horse has the speed to maybe clear and just keep going. 9-2, I like a little higher, but that's the price right now. The horse that's been running it in Chicago at Hawthorne is sitting on a win, has been running right there, could be the one. 5-2 getting good value. And other price horses, this 4, if she runs back to her first race lifetime, she could be the other one that wins it. So let's go 3, 2, and 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a whole bunch of speed in this race. I did go to number 2, Cumberland Falls, one of 3 horses that have started this year. Had some trouble in the last start, but only lost by a little bit. I like that it's run on the dirt with success and has on the odd occasion come off the pace. A lot of things to like. A new jockey in DiBaggio Payne. I gotta take a shot on him. I also like number 6, Bound for Heaven. Here's the only true closer in the race. So if they all go battle it out on the front end, watch for Bound to Heaven, trying to reel him in late. And I also like the 5-horse Sneaky Situation. Ran some really big races early on. Had to run into G. I'm Foxy. There is no G. I'm Foxy in here. That was our 2-year-old of the year. And Devin Gittins and Rashad Knights just hooked up for the winner in race number 3. So I'm going to give you 2, 6, and 5. Good luck here in race number 4.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
Waiting on Bound to Heaven. The field is set. They're at the post. The starter taking a little look at number 4, Gina's Serenade. Our starter, Derek Corbell, still checking out number 4, Gina's Serenade. Making sure everything's okay. So Gina's Serenade does get a fair start. Looks like everything's good. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, that sneaky situation. And Gina's Serenade both showing early speed. Gina's Serenade with a slight lead to the outside. Sneaky situation, alluring alley. Coming up the inside to make it a trio. Bound for Heaven, stalking those leaders to the outside. 2 more back to Island High and Cumberland Falls. The early trailer, the opening quarter, 23-4, and only 4 lengths front to back as Gina's Serenade is the leader by a half a length, but Bound for Heaven has some run left to the outside. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Gina's Serenade not giving up, and now opening up on the field. Gina's Serenade at the 16th pole is gonna draw off and win by 4. Bound for Heaven second best, third to Island High, and fourth to Cumberland Falls. The Stewards will post to number 4, Gina's Serenade, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Bound for Heaven. Third to number 3, Island High. And fourth to number 2, Cumberland Falls. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-4. Time to the 5 furlongs, 101-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 4, Gina's Serenade. Gina's Serenade is a dark Bear Brown filly, 3 years old, by McLean's Music, under the mare Spack by Gio Ponte, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr., and ridden to victory by Praven Badre. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 and 2. Race 4 is official. In the upcoming 5th race, our VIP Fan of the Night race, number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell and correct the weight to 123 pounds. Rolling daily doubles here in race number 5. Make sure to mark your calendars for the Manitoba Food Truck Battles. They'll take place on Saturday, May 24th and Sunday, May the 25th. Over 35 food trucks and vendors, live music, and also kids' activities. Admission is just $5. Kids 5 and under are free. Just visit asdowns.com for more information. welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 3, Daisy's a doozy. Make the jockey Siobhan Bell and correct the weight to 123 pounds. Quick look back at race number 4. Wow, Gina's Serenade. What a race she put on. Duplicate of her opening effort and not her last one, but she looked good today.
She did look very good, and yeah, well run. And then don't forget about the 6, the outside.
Yeah,
horse.
Bound for Heaven.
Ran a nice first race without any. It didn't.
Without winter racing under the belt.
Exactly right. Big pool in the pick 4, over 92,000. Thanks for jumping in. One of us is still alive.
Yeah, I'm not alive in the pick 4.
I wasn't
we're
sure.
wondering who that is.
All right, here we go. Let's start. Jake's got us on the 1 horse. We're both on Russian Pearl. My top selection, as is yours. One of my better plays of the day, I think, anyway. A couple keys. This horse cannot be claimed. The trainers found a great spot that has raced against tougher, showing speed. Last year started off, was in post 10. Then the next start, when it got closer to the rail, showed some more speed. I think this horse could go gate to wire, and it seems to be favoring speedish a little more.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say that.
Okay.
I'd say it's pretty even going this
That's fair.
5/8.
Okay.
But you do get a hot jockey in Rashad Knights, who's already won 3 to start off the meet in the first 2 days. I also like number 7, Awfully Special. I like Russian Pearl, but I like the 7 just as much, and I'm getting the odds on it. Awfully Special, first time out last year, was a winner, drawing off to win by 3 1/4. And then at the end of the year, started dropping down and banged off back-to-back wins in a stalking style. So I expect Awfully Special to be just off the early lead, which should be Russian Pearl going out there with maybe Maybella. But Awfully Special, not too far away. So I like it. Well, the price just drops.
Well, when you talk, people listen, I
yeah.
guess. All right, let's take a look at the 6. Cashed a bunch of tickets on her over the years. 6 lifetime wins. I do like that. 3 of 5 at the distance. Won the first 2 starts last year. I do like that. This horse can go to the lead, but I like when she makes that middle move on the turn and then just kind of draws off at times, and so she certainly can do that. It could be the right trip to be there, 9-2.
Yeah, and she beat the boys in this same condition last year, first time out. Another horse I do like is number 5, Maybella, was running against the Open Company last year, and she was running well against them. Started off the year with some wins, won this condition, you see, back on June the 5th, easily, and was bet down as the 75-cent favorite. I expect Maybella to be close. Roger Hewitt, here's a jockey that has come from Jamaica, and he's been riding for 7 years, has about 100 wins, just a couple shy of that. So that's a little bit of Roger Hewitt and Maybella.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 3 horse, 10-1. Not quite the longest shot. This horse runs in the money a lot. Good, maybe place or show, maybe a show bet if we were alive in the show parlay.
Yeah, but
we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that at all.
No, 20 more weeks of that. Anyway, this horse, you take a look, 5 seconds. Certainly can pick up the pieces if you're a try player, maybe a super player. That might be a horse to use.
And number 2, Just Oppose. Lise Pruitt has already won a race today. Just Oppose last year did run against Maybella in the first start. And that was the little bit first week in June. Showed speed in that outing. If it shows speed today, well, it has to deal with Russian Pearl and a little bit of Maybella in there. Matthew Bennett is another Jamaican rider that has come to Assiniboia Downs, and he was the champion apprentice in 2023. So Just Oppose, definitely this horse was in the money, 5 out of 7. Has a shot to stick around at a big price.
For sure, and the long shot of the field is the 4. This is the type of condition that the long shots can come in. It's going to need the right trip. This horse usually likes to go a little bit longer, but if the pace backs up, this was the one, again, could pick up maybe a 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, definitely best going around 2 turns. All right, let's go to our wagers. Here in race 5, Stretch, what do you have?
A simple $2 tri wheel, not a $1. I'm extra confident in
Okay.
it. 1 with 5, 6 with all. If you're not as confident as I am, you could do a $1 one, and it's only $10.
And myself, I'm liking this tractor. I'm going a $3 tractor, 1717 with 356. This is my favorite tractor of all time. A $1 ticket is only $6. I'm going to do a $3 one for 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. We'll see you back for race 6. Our first of 2 classic high 5 races. The horses are on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon, Stephen Gaskin, and Cindy Lukanichuk, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Rashad Knights. Number 2 is Just a Pose, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Matthew Bennett. Number 3 is Daisy's a Doozy, owned by Larry Falloon and Champion, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Anna Kazana, owned by Tyler Anderson, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Maybella, owned by TP Racing, trained by Maria Stanford with Roger Hewitt. Number 6 is Diane's Wish, owned and trained by Carmen Mustard with Craven Badry. Rounding out the field is number 7, Awfully Special, owned by WRA Ventures, Hillside Farms, and Right Attitude, trained by Mike Tamporn with Ronald Alley. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
The girls from Manitoba are going here 5 furlongs. Let's start on the rail. Current favorite, but it's bouncing around between the 1 and the 7. I do like this mare today. Right to the lead, can show the speed. Again, one of those that doesn't have to have it. The couple works, especially that last work at 5 furlongs, looks really good. If ready to go, should be tough to beat. Others to consider would be the 6, Diane's Wish. She wins early. She's going to be stalking and try to make a move outside and try to run down the speed. And then the other one at a bit of a price is Maybella at 7 to 1. There's your overlay of the price. You've got probably have to include that one. She belongs in this field. 1, 6, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1. Russian Pearl was racing against much better until the last start of the meet and still ran a very game third in the open company. Back against restricted horses, has speed. Big one to beat, but I also like number 7, Awfully Special. This horse won its first start of the year last year, ended off the year with 2 wins, will be forwardly placed and in a good barn. So those are my top 2. And I'm going to round it out with number 5, Maybella. Was in the open company for the most part last year. Now goes in this race, and it's a perfect fit for Maybella, who did win this race last year. So I'm going to give you 1, 7, and 5. Good luck here in race 5.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Russian Pearl, the slight favorite at 3-2. The first one into the starting gate. Gates are open for Russian Pearl. Now is in. Just Oppose steps up. And in. Next up will be Daisy's a Doozy. She's in. Anna Kazana's turn. Here comes Maybella. Just 2 left to load. Diane's Wish. And now just waiting on Awfully Special. Front gates are open for Awfully Special. Anna Kazana a little fractious, as was Diane's Wish, but they're both settled back down. Daisy's a Doozy a little fractious. Ronald Alley now climbs back aboard Awfully Special. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Maybella sent hard to grab the early lead with Anna Kazana to the inside. Russian Pearl hugging the rail in third. Awfully Special now moving 4 wide to engage the leaders. Another length back to Just Oppose, and then Diane's Wish. And Daisy's a Doozy. That's the last call today. The opening quarter, 24-4. Awfully Special to the outside. Maybella in between horses. On the rail, Russian Pearl is going to have to dig a little deeper. Diane's Wish coming with a big wide run. Throw a blanket 6 across the track as they hit the head of the lane. And Just Oppose has the best run going with Diane's Wish on the far outside. Diane's Wish, Just Oppose. These two noses to the wire. Look like Just Oppose just hung on. Diane's Wish in second. Third's going to go to Anna Kazana. Fourth to Maybella. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 5. The Stewarts have requested a photograph. And now results of the photo show the winner number 2, Just Oppose. Second goes to number 6, Diane's Wish. Third to number 4, Anna Kazana. And fourth to number 5, Maybella. They went the opening quarter 24-4, the half 50-3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 103-4. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewart's inquiry is into the start for number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race. That's number 2, Just a Pose. Just a Pose is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Kentucky Bear. Out of the mare, Knows the Pose by Going Commando. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden a victory by Matthew Bennett. Time for the 5 furlongs, 103-3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Lise Pruitt, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Lise Pruitt. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the Stewarts were looking at number 3, Daisy's a Doozy, trying to determine if the horse did receive a fair start. And in the Stewarts' decision, Daisy's a Doozy did not receive a fair start. Thus, will be a complete refund. Once again, in this, the 5th race, number 3, Daisy's a Doozy, has been declared a non-starter, and there will be a complete refund on number 3, Daisy's a Doozy. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Classic High 5 wagering. There are no changes. Classic High 5 here in race number 6. And time is running out to get your 50-50 tickets. The current jackpot is over $1,120, but it's still growing. Tickets 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can get those tickets at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage, the 50-50 ticket seller, or just go online at 5050.asdowns.com. Sales will close at 9:50 p.m., which is just under 17 minutes away. Don't miss out. And welcome back down paddock for race number 6. Classic high 5 time for this maiden allowance race for filly 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5 stretch. Yes, the horse didn't receive a fair start, that being the 3 Daisies a Doozy. And something to watch for, when the horses break, you see all the gate handlers' arms in the air, where his arm wasn't in the air. His first instinct when the horse started acting up was to protect the jockey, but unfortunately, when you do that, the horse doesn't receive a fair start. So you plain and simply, you get your money back.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I like the hand in the air. The stewards can really see.
Makes it so easy.
Correct. It was cut and dry. Okay.
And just a pose. What a great ride. Matthew Bennett, first trip to the winner's circle on his first ride here on Canadian soil.
Yeah, very patient. I liked where he sat and just kind of waited, got the hole and exploded. And we said off camera, maybe not the best horse in the race, but gave the best ride, and that set it up for success there.
All right, on to race number 6 stretch. What do you like?
Okay, let's go to the 5, 7 to 5. We figured this horse would be the favorite. We already saw a Tampa horse win today.
And
yesterday. This horse is very similar, 2 back. Sits there for 25, was close early and ran evenly. Figures are there, looks good. Has blinkers, just of note. I'm pretty sure once we get the camera in a second, we'll come back. We'll double check that for you. But I really like that race 2 back. Could get the trip, doesn't have to have the lead. Those are definitely blinkers, are they not?
Yeah, looks like it to me.
So we got first time blinkers here. And so, yeah, 5's my top pick. Who else do you got?
Yeah, I like the 5 too. Out of the 8 horses that has beat it in the last 3 starts, 5 of them have come back to win. So Art Nouveau has been testing some real tough ones. I also like number 6, Waiting by the Nile. Horrible start last time out after banging it on the front end in its previous 2. But its best race was the one with the bad start. Came running at the end and just lost ground late. But I expect it to be chasing after Art Nouveau, who will be close to the pace. There isn't a pile of speed in here. I don't expect the fractions to be real hot. So these horses just might be close. There might be a log jam that sets up in this race.
For sure. And I like the first time starter. You gave some stats that it's not a lot of siblings in there.
No, only 4 brothers and sisters. One of them is a full, meaning exact same breeding, but all 4 of them still maidens.
Yeah, but you can see it looks good in the paddock there, walking around. I think this horse certainly has a chance. The steady works. This horse was training in Phoenix, so it's had the winter training similar to the Tampa, the horse has been running. I think
Flashy works.
Flashy works. And remember, you have to know the track. That's a little more of a cement compared to Tampa, but still very nice works. You see a couple of them, one work back in January is 3 of 41. That says a lot. This is only a 3-year-old filly, so something to consider. 4 to 1, the right value.
Yeah, another horse to look at. Maybe number 3, Super Shaman. Here's another horse coming by way of Woodbine. Ran a really big race last year. Second start out. Banged it on the front end and ended up tiring, but was well respected in there at 3 to 1. Tom Gardapi Jr. is off to a really hot start, so definitely 9 to 2, taking some money on the board.
For sure. Let's take a look at the longest shot on the board, the 2 horse. It's a 4-year-old running against some 3-year-olds. Has shown some speed at Turf Paradise. The last couple not so good. Was a beaten favorite 2 back and didn't show anything. I'm going to give this horse another shot. You're going to give me 15 to 1. That has had winter racing, certainly could be in the mix.
And the 7 horse, Zabibo. This horse came from Woodbine last year, right into the maiden allowance, ran a good second, then had to run against the boys in the next start, maidens, and then went in a non-2 lifer against the boys. That was a tough spot. This is much softer than those last 2, and Zabibo's already shown that it likes the racetrack. So 6 to 1 is a bit of a bargain.
Yeah, another one of the 4-year-olds is the 4 horse. The horse runs a big race and then a couple of bad ones, so I don't know what you're going to get, but you're going to get paid if he runs one of his big races. Steady works coming in, back-to-back 5 furlong works. That could help out your price in a high 5.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6 stretch. What do you have?
I'm going to go a $5 exacta wheel, 1-5, with the 1-2-5 maybe get my price to complete the exacta.
All right, and I'm going after the tractor. I'm going to take a tractor 5-6 all. Then I'm going to take a tractor 5 all 6. Those are $5 each, but I'm making them a $2 ticket. So it's going to cost me $20 in the end. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is That's What He Said, owned by Jared Brown and John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Awesome Wildcat, owned by Murray Clearsky, trained by Sherry Lang with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Super Shaman, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Jerry Geddes and Mike Napoleon, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sachin Paris. Number 4 is Tree Hugger, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Art Nouveau, owned by Artisan Farms, Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Sven Baurup. Number 6 is Waiting by the Nile, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the field is number 7, Zabibo, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with DiBaggio Payne. Classic high five wagering here in race number 6. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
The girls going 5 furlongs, all looking for their first lifetime win. Let's take a look at the favorite. Deserves to be the favorite. Has run some very nice races at Tampa, in Florida. 2 back is a key race. Certainly like that one. Adds blinkers today. Should be tough to beat. The unknown of the race is the 1, currently at 5-1. Never had a race, but has some morning workouts that look pretty good in there, especially the ones at Turf Paradise. If she runs back to some of those workouts there, she certainly has a chance to be somewhere. And the longer shot and might pick up the pieces late. That's the 2. That's the older one of the group. Maybe close it out to go 5, 1, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 5 in here, Art Nouveau. This horse in the last 3 starts has been beaten by 8 horses. 5 of them have come back to win. Tampa horses 2 for 2 right now. Don't expect a big mutual, but I think this is the one to beat. I also like number 6, Waiting by the Nile. Here's a horse that showed speed in 2 and 3 outs ago. Last time out, had a terrible break, but made some big run down the lane. Was only for $7,500, but that winter racing is very valuable. And I'm rounding it out with the firster also, number 1. That's What He Said. Has those good works in Phoenix. I'm going to give you 5, 6, and 1. Good luck here in race number 6.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. Post time!
That's What He Said, the first-time starter. First into the starting gate. Awesome Wildcat walks right in. Here comes Super Shaman, who's next. It's now Tree Hugger's turn. Art Nouveau, the overwhelming 1-2 favorite. Now steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Waiting by the Nile. And just waiting on Zabibo to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's going to be Awesome Wildcat, showing good early speed with Waiting by the Nile to the outside to put on the early pressure. The first-time starter, that's what he said. Back in third, 3 lengths, Tree Hugger in fourth. Another length back, that's Art Nouveau, who is moving up. The trailers, Super Shaman and Zabibo. 24-2, the opening quarter. And Waiting by the Nile has distance up by 6 as they hit the head of the lane. Art Nouveau on the far outside trying to make a charge. The first-time starter, that's what he said. But Waiting by the Nile is going to be begging for the wire. 16th of a mile to go. But Art Nouveau's running out of ground. Waiting by the Nile is going to take it. Art Nouveau second best. That's what he said in third. Fourth is going to go to Zabibo, and fifth to Awesome Wildcat. The stewards have posted number 6, Waiting by the Nile, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Art Nouveau. Third to number 1, that's what he said. Fourth to number 7, Zabibo. And fifth to number 2, Awesome Wildcat. They went the opening quarter 24-1. The half 49 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 6, Waiting by the Nile. Waiting by the Nile is a Grey-Roan filly, 3 years old, by Cairo Prince. Out of the mare, the one we waited for, by Creative Cause. Owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Rashad Knights. Time for the 5 furlongs, 102-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Rashad Knights, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Rashad Knights. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Another classic high 5 race. There are no changes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our winning 50-50 ticket. It's ticket number 4597852. Congratulations, you won $575. If you are on hand, please report to guest services on the main floor, south end. And after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse for our popular Crazy Hour. Beer, wine, and shots for $5 and 25% off all appetizers. And our $500 Crazy Hour cash draw will take place at 11:30 p.m. in our VLT lounge. And welcome back down paddock 4, race number 7, another classic high five race for this allowance optional $12,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 5 furlongs. A look back at race number 6 stretch, Waiting by the Nile. Well, that's what you want your horse to do. Go out there, do the best it can, and be done by the wire. That's what he did. He lasted with Art Nouveau, and that's what he said, still rallying. But a great ride by Rashad Knights.
You also made a good comment more on the ASD Live about the poor start and the horse finished up, where normally the horse showed speed. We didn't think there was lots of speed in here. And
There
so
wasn't.
that's why the replay horses, again, they're always important to watch the replays, have been coming in already in the first 2 days of at least in win, if not exactors and stuff. Interesting note, we started with 92,000, not much left. The lowest payout is to the 8, $2,222. Wow. Everything else is higher than that.
And we're not a part
We're
of that
not,
stretch.
so good luck to anybody that's alive. Good capping. With that, let's start here. We're both on the 8 horse at 6-1. Well, I know we'll both take that all day long.
Oh, definitely.
And so my angle, we'll hear about what Kirt's is this horse was down south at Turf Paradise and had a few starts and then kind of took a rest, which I think this horse did need a bit of a break. I liked his start on November 18th in a very tough allowance race there against some real good one. That Lansdowne is a Santa Anita horse that was competitive there. So certainly competitive here. Look at the races early on, showed speed, and then just needed the break, got the break, ready to go.
Yeah, this kind of looks like Market King
Exactly,
around
thank you, yeah.
last night. And Jared Brown and Dario Dalrymple, that was the team on that one. Dario has only rode 2 horses for Jared Brown, the other one Sabatis. So he's hit the winner's circle. He's 2 for 2 with Jared. He's going to try and go 3 for 3. And I think the 7 and 8 are predominant speed in here. The other horse I like is number 6, Corridor. This one's coming off 3 good races in a row. Good second at Delta Downs, even though it was only for $5,000. Then got the win in allowance at Fawner in a second. But Corridor, I think this horse brings a good late kick into the races and comes out of a good barn with Steve Keplin Jr., and he's already got a win.
Yeah, no, a good call. And you just never know the types of horses in those races at Fawner. You've been doing some good research. Let's take a look at the 3 getting 5-1. This horse ran such a big race. First out last time, going the 5 furlongs. It was, as you had this horse, just looked so good. The entire meet was pretty good. That last race, throw that race out. Certainly competitive at this level. If it's anything like last year's first start, watch out.
Yeah, and also like number 2, No Show, No Call. Taking all the early money right now at 6-5. 9 starts last year, 6 wins, a second and a third. The only blemish was in the Derby, but went from 6 furlongs to a mile and an eighth against all the monsters in there. No Show, No Call has been blazing it up in the morning. What a sharp work on April the 25th in 47-3. Previous to that, a 48. This horse will be sitting forwardly, probably at about 4th or 5th here, and try to make a big charge.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where this horse fits, or if he just keeps going, gets better at the age of 4. Let's take it at a long shot, longest shot on the board, the 5. I'll take that one too. Is a couple, the figures over at Century Mile, very good. The horse is 2 for 2 in the money, first or second at ASD. I do like that. This horse can show speed. I think just not the 6 furlong, but could get a very nice trip. The work say ready to go. I'm including this horse in my tries and supers.
Oh, for sure. I just don't think he's a big sprinter. Better on the routes. Also, take a look at number 7, Life's Adventure. Here's the other one that's going to offer a bit of speed to the race. Last year, had a pretty good year. 2 wins, a second and a third. And Tom Gardapi Jr. has been on fire to start the meet. Sachin Paris has already ridden one of his, Del Vecchio, to a good second-place finish yesterday. So this horse will be a part of the speed. So you have to throw it in for just a piece.
For sure. Let's take a look at the 4. Another one coming from Turf Paradise. Has only won 2 races lifetime, but has finished strong. Those last 2 races, 1-2 back and then came back. It's always tough to move up into conditions. This horse doesn't seem like it's a problem. I like that couple works here, which over the track to get used to it, that's a big selling point. And you go back to Canterbury, look at where this horse raced in 2024. Some very tough races there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look at the one, Alana Verve. Pretty well the same as Friesem. They ran in the same race on April the 18th. They were both the exact same odds. I think they had Stretch's extra $2 on Alana Verve to make it the favorite in there. But this horse doesn't have a lot of early speed. Another one that will be closing. Praven Badri also off to a good start. Kind of a wide open 7th race stretch. What do you have?
All right, here we go. We're going to start with a $3 exacta box, 3, 5, and 8. But you know what? Everybody's asking, where's Beth? Where's Beth? Well, I need help from Beth. It's a stretch ad alert.
Oh, look at that.
It's going to be a tri-wheel, 3 and 8 on top, with 2, 3, 5, 8, with 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, also 18. I found it, a few extra bucks. Thanks, Beth. We're ready to go.
All right, now I'm going to do a $1 tractor. I'm putting the 8 on top with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That's $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7. We'll see you back next Tuesday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is A Lot of Verve, owned by My Three Nieces stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Praven Badri. Number 2 is No Show, No Call, owned by Staff Max stable and Club 3D stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Totalizer, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Sven Balru. Number 4 is Friesem, owned by Wind Dancer stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Quinto Sol, owned by Crystal Cates, trained by Gonzalo Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is Corridor, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Demario Bino. Number 7 is Life's Adventure, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sachin Paris. Rounding out the field is number 8, Slew's Back, owned by King Couture and Sharon Owl, trained by Jared Brown with Dario Dalrymple. Classic high five wagering here in race number 7. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
right, the boys close it out in a very competitive, high-level allowance race here. We do have a big favorite on the 2, but let's go to the outside, the 8 horse. Slew's Back has had some really good starts here at ASD. Couple wins over the track, shows some speed, has winter racing, nice layoff, sets it up for a top performance. Others to consider, let's take a look at the 3, 5-1, good value there as well. This horse crushed the first time out last year on the opening day. Why not again? Should get the same setup. And my long shot of the day here that certainly could be in the money is the 5, coming from Alberta, has the figures to be right there. Don't forget that one at that price, 8, 3, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 8, Slew's Back. The jockey trainer combo, 2 for 2 so far in the first 2 days of racing. Has speed. There isn't a ton of speed in here, so Slew's Back's going to try and steal it. I also like number 6, Corridor. This horse has run 3 good races in a row. Comes from Fauner Park. I expect a big rally late down the lane. And to round it out, number 2, No Show, No Call. This horse could do no wrong last year, winning 6 out of 9 races. Price is a little low on the board at 6 to 5, but I'm going to give you 8, 6, and 2. Good luck here in race 7.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
A lot of verve leads the field in for the nightcap. No Show, No Call, the even money favorite. Ready to move in. Totalizer is next. Here comes Freezem to find his spot. Kinto Saul now moves in. Corridor will be next. Just 2 left to load. Life's Adventure. And just waiting on Slew's back. They're all set. They're at the post. Kinto Saul, a little fractious in the gate. Now settled back down. And they're off. From the far outside, Slew's back. Showing good early speed to the inside. Freezem up close early. Totalizer has grabbed the rail. Also going out after that early lead. Settled back 3 lengths. Kinto Saul Corridor to the outside in 5th. Another length and a half back. That's no show, no call. And making a rally from the back. That's a lot of verve. The opening quarter was quick, but Totalizer and Freezem. These two battling it out to the head of the lane. Corridor making a 3-wide move with Slew's back and a lot of verve to the far outside, but it's Totalizer and Freezem. These two have been banging heads from the head of the lane. Freezem with the lead. Here comes Corridor. Going to mow him down. Corridor will get the win. Second's going to go to Freezem. Third to Totalizer. Very close for 4th and 5th between a lot of verve and Slew's back. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Corridor, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Freezem. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. Results of the photo show number 3, Totalizer. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 1, A Lot of Verve. And fifth to number 8, Slough's Back. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 6, Corridor. Corridor is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Klimt, out of the mare My Foolish Heart by Sky Mesa. Owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse and enjoy Crazy Hour. Beer, shots, and wine just $5 and 25% off all appetizers. And of course, there will be a $500 cash draw that will take place at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge. And don't forget, live racing resumes next Tuesday and Wednesday with a first post at 7:30. We'll see you then.